Seven Year Legs Media. You know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Thanks. We got lots of stuff coming up. What's up? Hope everyone is well on this Easter Sunday. Paris-Roubaix, probably one of the biggest races that people look forward to inside of cycling. So what I'm going to do today is, if you want to join me, I'm going to just follow the race and just give you commentary as what's going on. So basically, the race has just started. It's 227 kilometers to go, and at the moment, the group is still pretty much together. There is still no breakaways gone just as yet. So what I'm going to do is, because we don't want to get copyright strikes, is I'm going to just show live pictures as they go along. So as the breakaway goes along, if you don't have a live feed, I would just be talking through the race and telling you who's at the front, and also telling you who's in the breakaways. So at the minute, you got couple Ineos riders and Intermarché sitting at the back. We're still on open roads, traveling through beautiful countryside inside of France. So Paris-Roubaix is a race that takes place in France. There's a little background music. So I'm just trying to find some pictures just so you can see what it looks like. It's an amazing day in France as well. Here in Europe, or in the UK as well, we were getting some pretty awesome weather. Really surprising. I've even seen people putting their clothes out on the line to dry and stuff. The weather has been that good. So just trying to find my screenshots for you. Going to the wrong file. They are in downloads. There we go. So we got an early breakaway going. Looks like an early breakaway going. Got one movie star rider going off with AGR. And if they go back to the front, then I can see who's in front, and I can tell you who's trying to get going in this breakaway. Sorry, now that is at the back of the peloton, just showing you the back of the peloton. We still got 225 kilometers to go, so it's going to be a long race. There's 29 sectors of cobbles, and we're not quite established a breakaway yet. Probably only like 2 to 3 seconds in front of the group, and it's like a big group, maybe 10 to 15 riders, and there's also a rider trying to, so the helicopter's like out far as is not panned in, so once they go in, then we can actually see who's actually trying to get away. So there's actually 2 groups. There's a group of 4 away. They got about 10 seconds on the group. And then there's a group of about 15. It looks like these are trying to bridge up to this group, because this looks like this is going to be the group that's going to actually make that move and get away. So let's... Oh, wrong. There we go. So let's give you some names in a minute of who's in this. But it's potential breakaway. It looks like it's going to establish, but I think some of the riders that are going to get across. I don't think everyone's going to get across from this group. And what they said in the beginning is that the wind is actually in favor of them today. So we got a varied amount of riders in there, abilities in there. So it's crazy. This season so far has been one of the most look forward to race seasons. It's just started off insane with people like Teddy Pogacar just going crazy in the beginning of the race, like entering his first race, winning his first race, winning his like first like 4 or 5 races. You know, just winning some major races. Like just last weekend, winning Flanders. So I'm trying to. So let's get you a look at the break. So this is the current group of riders that are like away. And what you can't see, what I'm not showing you, there is a group of riders behind trying to make it across to these guys. So let's bring it down there. So this is your 4 that's currently away. So I'm trying something new here. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, you know, if anybody's even gonna tune in. But I'm just gonna call the race and just talk it all the way through. And for the most part, the group is still together and they are trying to get away. So that little group, this little group of guys that looked like they were gonna go and get away, they have been brought back. So it's still early in the race. You're gonna be, and the crazy thing is these efforts they take a lot. They take a lot. So you put in that big effort to get away, and no one's trying to let you get that move on. Let me see if I can find a map of how long it is to the first section of cobbles. Right now the roads are amazing. I see Peter Sagan, he's to the front. Jumbo Visma is on the front. Bora Hansgrove, DSM, Alpecin. I see Matthew Van Der Poel. He's also staying near the front, staying vigilant. And this is important for these riders of note to stay near the front, because when it comes to the penultimate moments, like when they hit those cobbles, you don't want to be mid-pack, you don't want to be at the back, you don't want to get caught out, you want to be near the front. You definitely want to be near the front. So we got another group going off the front. So because the riders are mixing it up, you really don't have a chance for the teleprompter. So you see Ineos behind there looking like they're trying to do something. It's strange that maybe not so strange how they're trying to get a man into the breakaway. So why would they try to get a man into the breakaway when they got a favorite in Filippo Ganna? Because if these guys get up the road and then they start chasing and the favorites start chasing and going hard, and if Filippo Ganna is one of these riders that are trying to get up to these guys, then guess what? He has someone to assist him to, like, he doesn't have to do as much work. He can sit on their wheel. You know, he can get them to take his turn and push through the front. So all types of technology going on today. All types of technology going on. So we got a special, I should have took a picture of it in the beginning. Like, basically, there's this gauge that they put on the front hub that allows you to change your pressure of the tires. So they've zoomed in on Christophe Laporte. He's one of the favorites for Jumbo Visma. So we got a single rider from I was going to say Motorola, Movistar, sorry. We got a single rider from Movistar. He's off the front. They're letting him dangle out. One rider is not too much of a threat. They all let one rider go off for the most part. Yeah, it's crazy. As a movie star is not really known for a a classics team. They're more of a tour team, like with the likes of Miguel Indurain, Pedro Delgado. These guys were like massive tour winners, winning the Tour of Spain, Tour de France, Tour of Italy. So like that's what Movistar was known as. That's the team that they're known for because they're tour winners, and they are predominantly a Spanish team. Most of the riders are generally made up of Spanish riders. They got an amazing day inside of Paris as well. And this last year, this time I was actually driving over to Amsterdam. I had just gotten back to the UK, and we were doing a trip over to Rotterdam, taking a group of ladies over to Rotterdam. And when the race was starting, I was probably about 30k away from the finish of Roubaix. It would have been so nice to be able to just go down to Roubaix and just catch the end of it, but that was impossible because we were doing a guided tour, so that was not going to happen. So like it is 40 kilometers covered so far, 218 kilometers to go. Let's see if I can find a map of. So I can find you a map of Paris-Roubaix. And the other thing too is that Paris-Roubaix is generally known as a flat race, a really, really flat race, but it has a lot more climbing than people think. It's like the Champs-Élysées. People think the Champs-Élysées, like, because they say it's a sprinter's finish, so they think that it's a flat. But the main part of the Champs-Élysées where they go up and down is flat, but it's quite a big drag uphill on the Champs-Élysées, and it's the same as with Paris-Roubaix. Paris-Roubaix has a lot of, well, it's not like like climbing in your face, like hills type climbing. It just undulates basically. So doesn't show me where the first sector of cobblestones are. Let's see if I click on. Oh, yes, it does. It just says the first sector of cobblestones. We are just like about at 95k. So basically, it's going to be racing like this up until we get onto the first section of cobbles. And each section of cobbles it has a rating, like it's 3, 4, 2, 4. And I believe the higher the number, the tougher the section of cobbles are. So we have a breakaway trying to form. So we got one rider from Astana, Bahrain, Sudal. So it's multiplying quickly. There was 4 riders. Now 4 riders is turning into 7, 8, 9. So the group is still there. They haven't really gotten away. So that little effort's been brought back. So for the first 90 kilometers until that first section of cobble, this is what it's going to be. It's beautiful pictures. Beautiful, beautiful pictures. So after that, after the 3 guys are just sitting on the front and just cooling out. So basically no break has been able to get away yet. So what's going to happen? How long is it going to take for these guys to get away? So Peter Sagan just rolls onto the front, and then he lets his guy, go off the wheel. So Peter Sagan's guy brings him to the front, and Peter Sagan is staying in the hunt. Like he's actually trying to go for this. And he's also a former winner of this race as well. So, I mean, Peter Sagan hasn't had the best of luck through this season so far. But I'm going to wish him best of luck, and we'll see what happens. So I'm gonna see if I can find some of these stats along. So Peter Sagan is actually on the front, and he's like to his, is that Peter Sagan? No, that's his teammate. Sorry. So some of these names of these riders, I want to say them, but I don't want to mash up these guys' names. So it's just easier to say the names of the teams. So we got Total Energies on the front with Movie Star, Alpecin, and 36.5 Pro Cycling. So every time something tries to go away, I mean, it just gets brought back right away. So just the way they've been racing this year is just nobody is letting anything out the gate. Everyone is it's full on racing. You are being given nothing. Uh, so we got three riders looking like they're going to make something happen, and they are flying as well too. So this is really, I mean, I wish I could actually share this with you live, but if I did share this, try to share it with you live, it'll get taken down right away. It'll get stricken right away. So here's the other thing too, is that yeah, I'm here. If you are watching it as well, and you want to chime in and talk about the race with me, just jump on in, and I'll send you a link, and we can chit chat and talk about what's going on and how the race is going. So it's going to be a long day. Got my water here. I got a few snacks, and we're gonna talk about the race and how it's going. So the nice thing is, it's just been a nice safe race so far. But when we get to the cobbles, that will change, because the cobbles will give people flat tires, push people off the road and stuff. But yeah, and they are not hanging around today. They are definitely getting it in. So this is a look at some of the favorite riders. So like Matthew Van Der Poel, Filippo Ganna, Matty Morhage, Walt Van Aert, Dylan Van Barle, Stefan Kong, Arno Deli, Mattis Peterson, Christopher Laporte, Casper Skrin, Florian Seneschal. And that's just some of, like, you got Alexander Kristoff, Fred Wright from the UK, Nathan Van Hooydonk, Matteo Trentin, Gianni Masacci. Uh, oh my goodness, John Dallas. So looks like we got one Alpecin rider, Astilla, and one Bengali rider. So the thing is, the Bengali rider, they actually might let him, like, get a little bit of a march or form a break. And the whole reason behind is because he's not like his team is not a powerhouse team. So the rest of the peloton will feel pretty safe with letting him go up. So they have a 8 second gap, 211 211 kilometers to go. So it's the actual first break that looks like it's going to. It's so weird just watching these guys are professionals, but just watching. So Philip Gilbert is actually just talking about the race, and he's talking live, and he's talking about how fast the race is going right now, and it looks like it's flying. So and then we also see riders that are amongst the cars that having a hard time to get back to the group because it's it's just flat. It's a tailwind, and they are flying. So they're constantly showing the speeds on the course. So the gap is up to 10 seconds, 211 kilometers to go. So, and they have a beautiful day. So I'm not surprised that the speed is going so fast. So we got movie star rider. So they're really trying hard to bridge across to this gap. So it looks like it's strung out. So I'm not, it's hard to see what's going on. It's hard to see what's going on. So that what you see on the screen there, that 57 seconds, I mean 57 kilometers, that is what they're rolling at. So now the gap is out to 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. So we got the one bingo rider out front, and we got the one Alpecin rider out front, and then we get a group of riders. Looks like they're trying to get across, and it looks like they have sort of set up a little bit, and so let's have a look at. Let me see if I can get you a picture of what's going on right now. Let me see if I can get this. So that's what's happening exactly like right now. So that's your riders that are currently in the breakaway. And as you can see, the riders in the back, the it looks like they might be conceding, but then a mile later, someone else. So that's the gap is going from 10 seconds down to 6 seconds. This is pretty amazing. I can't believe how beautiful a day it is today. I mean, it's crazy. Even here in the UK as well. So we got another rider just trying to jump off the front of the peloton and bridge across. The gap is 7 seconds. So, and then we got another rider. So now there's a single out. So there's a Borough Hansgrove rider trying to get across to the Bengali and Alpecin rider. And the track second fader rider is trying to go across, but then it's getting strung out again. So I don't think that they're gonna let him go across. So he's gonna sit up, and when they sit up, that group or that gap will get further. It will start to open up again. So the rider from Bengali, he sort of dropped out of the breakaway. We got Felipe Pagana just sitting on the back of the group, like just waiting for biding his time. And I think it's pretty much safe to say that, because the roads are pretty calm and safe for the first 90K, like some of the big favorites won't really worry too much about being up the front. So now we got Bor Hansgrove rider, and we got the Alpecin rider, and they got 8. So we got 40K to go to the first sector, and like I said, it's a 3-star sector, 3-star. So it's not easy. It's not the hardest, but it's still tough. So after almost 100 kilometers, then you're gonna hit some cobbles. You gotta, some leaving some beautiful road to some horrible road. So the group is like pretty much spread across the road. They are not really chasing right now. So the group is starting to get established just a little bit. And so let's see what's going on with the group. So that's what the group is looking like at the minute. So, like I said, at the minute, that's what's going on, and we're at the back of the group. Riders are just hanging out. They've slowed down a little bit. The gap is going out to 10 seconds. It's 206 kilometers to go. They got about, I don't know, 38K to get to the first sector of Cobbles. And I guarantee in about 20K, with about 10 kilometers to go, it's going to get pretty feisty. So that little 10-second gap just might disappear. So we will see if that group of two makes it to the Cobbles, that first set of Cobbles before the group does. I think the best job, probably the best job is in this covering this is probably the guy in the helicopter. I mean, the pictures are just amazing. The pictures are just stunning. So we got two riders off the front, Bora Hansgrove and Alperson riders off the front. The gap is now out to 11 seconds. The 206 kilometers into the race, and it's about 35 kilometers to the first section of Cobbles. And working pretty good. So this is the biggest gap so far. 12 seconds. 12 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't sound like much, but the effort that they have to put in order to even get the breakaway to even happen. So this is the thing: is will they even let because it's only 35 kilometers to the first section of Cobbles? Are they even going to let a breakaway establish? Normally by now a breakaway would have gone, got a few riders up the street and go. And we are over an hour into the race so far already. And what's going on? We got Jumbo Visma. We got Wolverine sitting at the back. I guess he must have stopped for a nature break or he went back to the car to get some information, but he's at the back of the group. He just made it back to the group. And then I'm pretty sure within the next 10 kilometers, he'll probably move up to the front to make sure he's on the front when he comes to that first section of Cobbles. So now the group is got him back to 10 seconds. So we're actually on a little rolly section. So people think that like Paris-Roubaix is flat. But the thing is, when you see Paris-Roubaix, most people, when they see Paris-Roubaix, they only see the pictures of them on the cobblestones, which actually look pretty flat. So this is one of the first times people are getting to see the whole race. And you get to see actually how hilly it is. It is like, it has more elevation than like a race like Ghent-Wevelgem, which is, I just found out today myself as well. That, that's because Ghent-Wevelgem has those, like, all those little steep bergs in it that are pretty tough. So they're still holding on to 11 seconds. Two riders holding on to 11 seconds. And looking pretty good is your Bora Hansgrove and Alperson rider. Alperson, the rider, is a teammate of the favorite, Mathieu van der Poel. So this will be great for Mathieu van der Poel if his teammate could get up the street and get away. But we'll see what happens. So it looks like they chase and then they stop and then they chase and then they stop. So basically, let's see. I'm gonna bring you another shot of what's going on. And I'm going to do my best to just keep talking you through the race. And hopefully I can keep it interesting for you. And, just as play-by-play goes by. So that was a earlier breakaway. The Bengali rider, he dropped off. So the same Alperson rider is still there. But he's been joined by the Bora Hansgrove rider. So who you can't see in the background. So they are on some beautifully long roads right now. Beautifully paved roads as well. And this is like they're going over like another one of the rollers. You can see the elevation. It's crazy. It's quite undulating. I mean, it's not even a little bit. It's very undulating. So the gap is still at 7 seconds. That's what the screen says, which is 7 seconds. And just like I said, if you didn't know, this race is taking place in Paris. So it's on Paris to Roubaix, and they leave like more central France and ride up to Roubaix, which is almost the border of Belgium. And the crazy thing is, even though it is a French race, there are more Belgians racing in today's race than there are French riders. The French numbers is probably at one of the lowest numbers ever. So we got Matteo Trentin getting a sticky bottle at the back of the group. So the group is actually rolling pretty good. The group is the break is down to now 4 seconds. So it looks like they're bringing it back. And we're 202 kilometers into Paris-Roubaix. And the thing is, I thought that the ladies' race was the same day as the men's race. I was thinking that it was a little earlier. I didn't realize that the ladies' race was yesterday, because I saw pictures and stuff, and I was thinking, oh, those must be highlights from last year. But I just come to realize that was yesterday's race. And like I said, I wish I could bring you some of the commentary live. I wish I could bring you some of the live pictures, but that's not how it goes, because if I did try to bring you anything live, YouTube would shut me down. Copyright claims. So we are 201 kilometers, probably about 20k from the first section of couples. So we see one of Peter Sagan's guys still at the front. We see Peter Sagan. He's staying vigilant. And this is probably one of the races where I've seen Peter Sagan. He's doing that thing of old where you see him, but you don't see him. Like, he's not making a massive effort to be where he needs to be, but he's always in, I won't say front and center, but he's, there he goes up the side. So, yeah. Guys taking feeds at crazy speeds. Wow. So I just saw a rider just snatch a bottle. That was pretty amazing. And thank you for joining me today. Like I said, like and subscribe to the channel, because I'm gonna sit here and this is going to be a marathon sit down and talk for me. I do have water, because basically all of this talking, you will get a little bit of dry throat. So at the minute they're talking to Matthew Mohoric, and that's the other crazy thing, is like getting these names down. And I think the main thing with getting the names down is basically just talking about the race. And this is like perfect. Just even if whatever, just going through the race, talking about the riders, saying the names, learning the names, because it's not going to be an easy thing to do, because these riders come from all types of countries and whatnot. So remember, like and subscribe to the channel. You know what I think? I every now and then I see someone like clip in and stuff, and I think it might be the copyright people checking to see if I am showing anything live, so they can shut me down. But that's all I can do. All I can do is show pictures. So it looks like they're back together again. 199k to go, and like traveling at about. So let me just bring you. There we go. And that would have been a good picture to get just now, but I didn't. So I'm going to miss it. It looks like one of the Ineos riders getting a feed. Oh, that's... Why did that wheel look really weird just now? So here they are with 197 kilometers to go, and we are all back together again. We got Israel Premier Tech off the front. So we got Intermarché rider trying to get off the front. And then it's crazy. It's crazy like that. There's no breakaway has got no way just as yet. So, but they're gonna keep trying, keep trying. I think after that first sector, or maybe even two sectors, that's when you probably get a break that's gonna establish until about two sectors to go, and that's when you'll get someone to establish. France is a beautiful country. So nostalgic, all the old buildings, the fans. The fans are not as not as many fans along the side of the road as I thought there would be. But then you're not gonna get a lot of the fans until you get into the couple sections, and that's where you're gonna see a lot of fans, especially in a place like isn't it? I kept saying Ironburg Forest, the Black Forest. That's when you're gonna see tons of fans. I actually have to rope it off to keep it safe because you get so many people inside of. So we had a kilometer 197. So let's see how far we have before we get to the first section of cobbles. Refresh that. And then we had a kilometer 60. He said it was 40 kilometers to the first sector. It looks like about, let me see, 30, 35. Then looks like quite a bit more. So it's crazy how Peter Sagan is staying. He's staying in contention. He's just like, he's not even I think I don't know. He's outside. If I show you the odds for Peter Sagan, it's crazy. His odds are like 250 to 1. I mean, it's just like, no, Peter Sagan will not be doing anything today. They totally have no faith in Peter Sagan finishing well or doing well. But right now he's about 10 from the front. They're stringing it out. So I think he's definitely trying to make sure that when those cobbles comes, he's near the action. And I think this is one of those races that he really, really likes and he really enjoys and then probably looks forward to because he's actually a past winner of this race. So we're going to see what happens and just really looking forward to this first section of cobbles and see what happens. It's going to be interesting. So they're strung out pretty good right now. They're still trying to get away. Looks like a movie star rider that's on the front. And the group is still pretty much together as they round another traffic calming device, as they call. Excuse me a second. As a traffic calming device, roundabout. And it's strung out probably a good 500 meters. So looks like the Ineos rider, or is it Bahrain, because those jerseys red are very similar. But we do have a Ineos rider marking the move. Okay, don't know what's going on. So we got a Alpecin, not Alpecin, sorry. Oh. The speed is incredible today. The speed is really incredible today. So we got Astana that was at the front. We got Jaco Alula. I got Bengali rider DSM. So we look like we have a small group that's trying to get away, that might actually get away, because it looks like the group is So that whole move that looked like it was about to happen, it didn't happen because Vanderpool was actually sort of looked like he was going to be part of that break, and I think he wasn't even trying to get in the break. He just was, you know, staying near the front, staying safe, and it just happened to, as they were roll away, he was actually happened to just get in, be in that group. So, but I don't think he was trying to get into the group. So, like I said, I'm gonna be a weird guy, and I'm gonna keep an outside look for my man Peter Sagan. Wow, that is a serious decline. That is this race has a lot of climbing in it to start off with. So now they're hitting a serious descent. And this is the crazy thing. Normally, like with most of the races, you don't see them from the beginning to the end like this. But because this is such a high profile race, this is such a race that everyone wants to see. It's so popular that they're starting it right from the beginning. And there's not too many races that you see that they do that. And I'm just thinking about back to when I was young. I think I was about maybe 18 or 19. I may even been just a little bit older when person I worked for, his name was Mel, and back in Bermuda, he was one of the few people who had a satellite, and we got to watch Paris Roubaix live. I remember that we all went to his house. I can't remember the time, but we went to his house. It was probably in the afternoon. It would have been early. No, yeah, it would have been early morning. We went to his house to watch Paris Roubaix, and because he had a satellite, and that was so cool. That was one of the first times I got to see Paris Roubaix live, because back in the day we had to watch Paris Roubaix, any of the classics, Tour de France, the Giro d'Italia, Milan to San Remo. We had to wait till Phil Liggett's videotapes came out, and then we were able to watch the Paris Roubaix. So we got 192 kilometers left to go. We still don't have a breakaway established yet. And guys are really putting in a massive effort to get away. So yeah, man, I just wish I could show you the race. I probably wouldn't even show you any highlights. I can't be bothered with showing you any highlights. So one of the favorites, Stephen Kung, he's currently, at the back. It looked like he just went to, let's see, Stephen Kung. It's why are you taking so long to transfer? It's just a single picture. Come on. So I'm just waiting for this to transfer, and then I can. So basically, what happened with Stephen Kung, he just had to go back to his team car to get rid of his jacket and a couple of things, and that's the reason why he's at the back. He's not in any trouble. He's fine. He's one of the favorites for the race as well. So there's Stephen Kung. He's just going back to just take care of a few things. So at the front, yeah, Ineos rider, and basically it's still strung out. Nothing happening just as yet. Nothing has happened just as yet. And if you're wondering how I'm watching, well, because I'm in the because I'm in the UK, I get to watch it via Eurosport. But let me tell you, if you do want to watch Eurosport and you're not in the UK like me, or you're not in Europe, So you can watch it. So this is what you do: you get VPN. So let me just bring you this one more. It's been quite active since the beginning. It's not like they've been just lollygagging and sitting about and cooling out. They've actually been riding and trying to get away. So we got one rider from AGR. Like this is Greg Van Avermaet, I believe. And he's off the front by himself. Greg Van Avermaet. So they're also passing riding across the radar. So it looks like he's gonna get brought back. So he went off the front really quickly, but looks like he's gonna get brought back. And he's 37 years old. He's one of the oldest riders in the race. And now they're going down one of those great bigger downhills again. So they've knocked it off. They've gotten Van Avermaet back. They've knocked it off, and it's just no one. There's nothing happening. We're not getting away. So as you can see, so some of the things that the guys also do is like right now they're on the flat part, so it's no big deal. So, but these bikes are really, they really like tune the bikes in, especially for this race. Guys will use slightly bigger tires. They run them at a slightly softer pressure to make it a little bit more comfortable riding up a cobbles. You even get some guys putting an extra layer of bar tape. Uh, wearing extra padded gloves and stuff to so that they can handle the harshness of today's race. Today's race is a tough race, and there's also someone with a gadget as well that actually changes the pressure in the tires. So basically, uh, oops. Let's get rid of this. Is I want to show you a picture of Felipe Gunner. So and then we have a 4-man group off the front trying to do a thing, and we will see. Nothing's happening just as yet. So we just saw Stefan Kung. He was at the back. So now I'm going to show you. And this is one of the favorites, Felipe Ghana. He's just chilling in the group. He's not doing like too much right now. So, but oh my goodness, it's strung out. It's just like literally, basically, because they're going down a really good hill descent. So it's strung out, big strung out. So what's gonna? I can't wait to like if it's not gonna break up, So the 180, 87, 88, 87K to go. Let's like look and see how far to the cobbles. Because earlier one of the guys called it at like 40K to the cobbles, and they weren't even. And I was like 40K already? No way. So we are 186 kilometers to go. We're 70 kilometers into the race. So the first section of cobbles is, let me see, 20, 25, 27, 27 kilometers to go. 27 kilometers to go. So still pretty strung out. Someone from Jumbo Visma trying to keep it going. And this start is actually amazing. And you got riders getting rid of the jackets and coats and whatnot because it's still across Europe and here in the UK in the morning it's still pretty cool or cold, whichever one you want to use. So I don't know. Oh, so we've had our first little spill. So we're just trying to get this as quick as possible. My eardrop is working slow today. What's going on, man? So where are we? So basically they're going through the feed zone, which is probably the main reason why we had that little mishap, because guys are probably trying to feed. So as you can see, the rider from Arkea Samsic, he's got a back full of water bottles and whatnot, looking like he was loading up to feed his team. So now he's loaded up to try and feed the team, and he's got to chase back to the group and get back. And the group is not rolling like calmly today, so it's not going to be an easy chase back. But luckily he has the cars to ride amongst to get himself back into the race. So I thought that was Peters again, but it's not. So the first sector is coming up. It's 2.2 kilometers to go. And each sector that they go into, it's usually pretty tight. So it's not an easy thing. It's not like you're just riding onto the sectors. So as you can see, the group is still pretty much together. And it's just crazy. It's just crazily, like, it's dry. It's you don't get to see too many Paris-Roubaix like this. You're usually like really dirty and dusty and stuff. So let's see. So it looks like a pretty small entrance to the front of the first couple section. It's not going to be an easy getting on. So that's actually going to be like a race to get to the first set of cobbles. Will definitely be a race. Let's see what happens. So we are 183 kilometers to go. Where is my man Peter Sagan? And it's crazy when something is this exciting how quickly the race tends to go by. So, and then like if you are a favorite, you need to be at the front. So we got one of Peter Sagan's riders off the front. He's got a bit of a gap going. So that rider that was in that crash, so it was Hugo Hosteffer. I think I'm saying his name, but his name is Hugo. He's from Arkea Samsic, and he was in that crash, and he was making his way to get back across. So we got two riders looking like they're trying to bridge across to the Total Energies rider. Is Egan Bozehuizen. So, but he's a pretty popular rider as well. So there's no way they're gonna let Bozehuizen roll off the front. No way. So it looks like they're clawing him back, and he looks like he's called it. I won't say call it a day, but he's knocked off his attack. Oh, so wasn't again we get looks like we have 3 or 4 riders joining him. So Makahala from Borough Hunsgrove, and there is a small gap, and then we also got the Uno X team, Intermarché. Um, I believe this team is. I have to see. So it looks like the group has gotten back. I thought it was going to get away, but they didn't. So the group is still strung out. Still strung out. So just like you see in the picture, the group is still strung out. And we're at 180 kilometers in. Let's see. We are looks like 10 looks like about 20k away from the first cobble section. So in about 10 kilometers time, so let me see, 181 in about 191, 100 and it's going to be it's feisty now. There's a lot of like fighting for position now, but in 10k it's really gonna get feisty. They're really gonna go for it. So I think they're just like riding hard and they're battling right now. But once in 10k it's going to get pretty serious. So 171 kilometers to go because it is ticking down. So I was adding a second there. I was going to say 191, but at 171 kilometers to go, it's really going to get feisty. And the favorites, then you'll start to see the favorites come to the front. You'll see Matthew Van Der Poel, you see Walt Van Aert, you see Stefan Kung, as Peterson, and maybe even Peter Sagan. You'll see these riders start to come to the front within about 10 kilometers to go to that first section of cobbles. And this is where they need to be because you don't want to get caught in any unexpected splits or unexpected crashes and stuff. Man, so I call this a Sunday in hell. Yep. So the other thing is I'm listening to the commentary and stuff, and they actually are saying stuff after I'm saying it, and I'm basically just been talking about how it's going to be pretty much action, action, action when it comes to the first sector. It's going to be all hands on deck when it comes to that first sector. We are probably about 15k from that first sector of cobbles. And the crazy thing is that it's super dry. So which is it's exciting. It's not as exciting as when it's wet and messy and stuff, but it is exciting for the fact that it just gives you like I'm just trying to find you. So it looks like some type of group is trying to establish. You got Christophe Laporte, who's just going back to the car to get some type of assistance. But now what he needs to do is he needs to, because he doesn't want to be at back there once these guys start hitting those cobbles. Once they hit the cobbles, he does not want to be back there. So we are 179k to go. They have ridden about 77k, and probably like I said, about 15k from that first section of cobbles. So that rider that had a crash was Hugo Osteta. Looked like he was the one that was in the crash that I showed you earlier. He's back in the group, and he's all good. So as they hit another roundabout, So this is crazy. I wanna hear the results after this because we always have innovations. We're like, because I remember when I can't remember his name. He was an older guy. He was the oldest guy to actually win Paris Roubaix. He was 40 years old, and he rode a front suspension, and it was a seen as a novelty because I think one or two riders also did try the front suspension, but after that they just couldn't be bothered because it didn't make much of a difference. It didn't help that much, if not at all. So we've seen things come and go like the front suspension. So what's going to happen to this device that inflates and deflates tires and stuff? So how do you even how can you even focus on that, because this race is so hard. You're using every element of your body and mind to stay on the road, to stay in touch, stay in contention, make sure that you stay focused, and to have that extra thing to worry about. It's not actually, I don't know if it's something that I would want to actually put my mind to. I guess it's different though if you ride and train with it and get used to it and stuff. But how many races are you going to get to use something like this? How many races are you going to get to ride where there are couples like this and you're gonna get to ride the Notre Dame, the Cathedral de Notre Dame? So it's funny, like most Americans, like you say Notre Dame, they think of like the football team, the college football team. So like the Tour de France, it's been a long time since they've had a French winner. And I'm going to say again that this is a French race. So this is a French race. And it's been quite some time since they've had a French winner. So string it out a bit more. The race is definitely stringing out a bit more, and it looks like this must be like there's a green sign up there. It means that this is the place where the riders can to drop all the junk and stuff. So if they eat like wrappers and stuff from, instead of throwing them in the trees, they drop them in this section, and then the helpers, people go by, and then they pick up the race. They pick up anything they might drop, like bottles, jackets, clothing, food, wrapper, sandwich, whatever it is, sandwich bags, and they just drop it in that section. So they've just passed that section. It's called the trash zone. Stop talking on my man Sega, and he's gonna have a fantastic ride today. I feel like he may not win today, but I think he's gonna do quite well today. He's gonna feature in most of the part of the race. So now we have a rider just going off the front, and then looks like he's going away. He's just rolled off the front, and then we have another rider to. So it looks like we're gonna get a little two-man group established, but will they let him go away? Because the peloton isn't letting anything go away today. That is crazy. The peloton is not sleeping on anybody. Everybody's gonna get some. Everybody, the peloton got smoke for everybody today. So, how far are we? Let's see how far we are away from this first sector. Mm, we're coming up at 179. No, that's 174. Yep, 174. 10K. About just over 10K to go. So in about another 2 to 3 kilometers, I expect it to really hot up. I expect it to single file out a little bit more. So, but right now it's still pretty compacted. The group is like sort of chilling. They're not really, doing anything. There are 4 riders that are sort of up the front. They're on the front. They're not having broken away just quite as yet. So we got 4 riders in with a handful of seconds that are away from the peloton. And the speed of today's race, it's been crazy. It's just been going crazy. So who we got in the breakaway? We got a UAE movie star, Border Hansgrove, and it looks like Israel Premier Tech. That's the four guys. So sorry for the silence. It's something I need to do is just keep talking, keep talking, keep talking. So and then the riders of note, you haven't seen them. It's like it's something. It's a talent to actually not waste energy, to save energy, to use it when you need it. These are why these guys are the best. So the Mads Peterson, Stefan Kung. We saw Stefan Kung at the back already, going back to get some type of assistance, maybe to drop his jacket off. And then we also got Walt Van Aert. And the roads are starting to narrow up. So off the big highways, the roads are starting to narrow up, but just a little bit, because we're about to make a, looks like, I think, a left turn onto this first couple section. So we're looking at who we're looking for. So that's crazy that certain people didn't have Filippo Ganna in their top five, and so it looks like we got an established breakaway finally. So DSM like trying to get up to the breakaway, and it looks like the the group, the peloton, they're all the way across the road. They're not really trying to chase anymore. 171 kilometers in, and probably about 10k from the first section of cobbles. And the roads are narrowing up as they come into town, as they come off the highway. Trying to see how much they got. 15 seconds, 171 kilometers to go, and trying to see how much it is to that first sector. So we got Jay Koch, DG, S back, and so this is your breakaway. Let's give you a look at who's in your breakaway. They're 15 seconds up the street. There is probably almost 10 kilometers to go to. So come on, sorry, I want to show you this next picture. There we go. So that's crazy. The hubs on the systems that inflate and deflate the tires, these automatic systems that inflate and deflate the tires, it looks like they just got a power tap on the front. So if you remember what power tap is, I actually still have a power tap wheel, and these wheels actually gauge your power, so you can tell everyone's obsessed with power. But it looks like you have a power tap device on your front wheel. But this is quite interesting, like this whole thing. So this is your breakaway so far. Border Hansgrove is your Premier Tech. United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Movistar. And then we got the DSM rider in the middle trying to make his way across to the breakaway. Looks like he just might make it, and it looks like this might be the break. So he's like 10 or 12 seconds from this group, and the group now has 30 seconds. So this looks like we finally have a breakaway. It looks like we finally have a breakaway established. It took about 80K for it to happen. It usually doesn't take that long. So let me just show you the breakaway. Like I said, France is a beautiful place. So we got the windmills. So this is what it's looking like right now. So my question is, what's going to happen when they hit this first section of cobbles? That's going to come up in about, it's probably about exactly 10 kilometers now. Let's see. So we are less than 10K away from. So we got 13 seconds to Akov. He's trying to get up to these guys. Akov is trying to get up to the breakaway. The breakaway, oh my goodness, they've gone up to like a minute already. They've really shut down. The peloton has really shut it down, and they're not chasing anymore. And they're gonna, so we got Dylan Van Bar at the back of the group. So Dylan Van Bar is your rider who has the number one, and I believe the number one goes to the rider who won it last year. So basically, Dylan Van Bar just stopped for a nature break, and now he's gotten back in. So now he's got to make his way to the front. So, we have a small crash in the back. Magnus Sheffield. And because the group is just chilling, just getting you the picture of that. Just trying to keep you up to date with what's going on. It's taking its time to get across. I don't understand why this airdrop is moving so slow today. The peloton is just chilling. It's just chilling. They decided that the break is gone, and we have Alpecin Dukernik just chilling there, protecting Matthew Van Der Poel. So there we see Steffer, I believe it said his name was. So the group is going up to 112, 110. And the rider is 30 seconds behind. He hasn't gotten across yet. So we still got the rider from DSM trying to get across out of no man's land. And he hasn't been able to make it across to the breakaway. So we have 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers to the first sector. Why is this taking so long to? So, as you can see, I'm trying to show you but my computer, it seems like it's going slower and slower. Try to. And that would have been a good picture to get. So, as you can see, it's probably about 5.5K to go now. So, this is what the group looks like at the minute. And in about 2 kilometers, it's going to be how in the race to the Hall of the North is commonly a nickname for it. It's going to. So we got Alperson on one side, and we got Jumbo. We got all of the favorites right now, massing at the front. All of the all of the key So trying to get you these pictures and give you updated and stuff is making me miss the race. So because I'm waiting for them to transfer from the iPad, and it's just crazy. It's going so slow. That's crazy. So this is what it's looking like at the front. Yep. So that's what it's looking like at the front. So as you can see, you got Jumbo, and this is what is right now as I'm speaking to you. It's Alperson on the left. Then you got a UEA rider coming through. Then you got the Lotto Destiny, and DSM is in this. It's like sort of centerish. Next to them is Bahrain, and on the right is Jumbo. So basically, all of the key players are where they need to be. I can even see Peter Sagan. So he's staying in touch. He's not like, he's still in it. So when stuff happens, he'll be able to like carry on. I believe that's Peter Sagan right there in the middle of the picture. So the group has the break is going up to a minute 23. That rider Akhoff is still stuck in the middle of no man's land at 46 seconds off. And the group has pulled out, the breakaway has pulled out a minute and 22 seconds. So this is quite normal. Beautiful picture. And everyone's just staying from one side of the road to the other. And everyone's just trying to make sure they keep their main men to the front, keep them safe and sound. So when they get on those couples, and the whole thing is you want to be first at the couples, because when they go on the couples, they don't play. They go for it. And it's almost like being on a climb. You don't want to be at the back during the climb, because then you have so much more work to do to get to near the front. So it's going to be the same with the couples. You need to be near the front so you're not wasting time and energy working toward to get near the front on the couples. You want to expend the least amount of energy as possible, because it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a very long day. So Matthew Van Der Poel, they're keeping him safe. Man, it's gonna be, once it starts, fire is gonna be on. Mads Pedersen is sitting on the wheel of Van Der Poel, so he's just making sure that he's like, they're watching who they need to watch. So we are coming to 1.2 kilometers to go to the first sector of cobbles. Let's see what's going to happen. So we have 1 kilometer. The breakaway is going to hit first. So we finally have a breakaway established. So now we have 4 teams that distinctly to the front. So now it's singling out. So now it's getting quicker now. It's getting considerably quicker. So they were strung out across the road and then not strung out across the road anymore. Now they are probably half as wide as they were. Lotto Destiny's on the front, followed by Jumbo Visma. And as we see, first sector with 29 kilometers. So we got the breakaway onto the. Yep. So we got the breakaway that's on that have reached the cobbles. So we're coming up. I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of the entrance. This section of cobbles, even though it's a 3-star, it doesn't look that difficult. The cobbles look well maintained, and even though they may be spaced out wide and stuff, because they're well maintained, it makes them a little easier to ride on. So you can still sort of keep and maintain that speed because they've been maintained a bit more. And these cobbles definitely look maintained. So now they're sort of climbing up a little bit. And guys are still taking feeds like right. This is crazy. That was a bit dangerous. I would have been like, yo, dude, what are you doing? Taking a feed right now and everyone's getting excited. So we're less than 8 kilometer to the first cobble section, which is 1 kilometer. And this is Peter Sagan's final season. This is the whole reason why I'm talking about him so much, because I do like him. So as we enter the first section of cobbles, come on thing, come across. My eardrop is going so slow. Come across. So this is what it looks like on going on to the first sector of pave. Do you see the 29 there? That means there's 29 sectors of pave left. It's still sort of winterish here in the UK, and I need to close this window behind me because I am getting cold. Oh my goodness. So the mic has been muted all of that time. That's so crazy. Oh, so these are things you got to pay attention to. Sorry. So sorry. Mm. So Casper Asgreen is off the back. That's crazy.